Alright, let's get the stream on the go. Let's get the stream on the go. And look at that, the first message. And kick. Spam. Alright, so, actually, let's see. Oh, that don't work. Okay. Let's go into the store. Vehicles. There. Bagger 681. I think I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna place it down in the bottom of the pit with whatever truck will fit on it. Probably be only the wiggle wagons will fit down here. Okay. Okay, I think the size of this thing I'll use the wiggle. Because I don't think that haul truck is going to fit down here. Why didn't I just use that to clear the road? I'll do that. Vehicle. Set back in inventory. Because I'm certainly not walking it down there. Or up here. And grab the pickup truck again. I wonder if I could stick a GPS on that. GP. It looks like the wiggles are the only thing that'll fit in it. There's no way to attach. Is there a way to attach conveyors to this thing? This thing is insanely slow, though. Am I gonna need trucks with no tailgates? I think I am. Oh wait. that's neat. How high can it go? Is that high enough for the haul truck? Please let it be. It's not. It's not. I think that counterweight would be lucky to pass the box or haul truck. Try anyway, but this is the smaller one. Oh, that's asking a lot. That is sketchy. It is filling it though. Maybe it's not as clean as I thought it was gonna be. Be nice if that okay, we could stop at any time now. I could literally just sit here and let this thing fill up or what? Is the truck filling? Not really. Staying runs. I think I'm just gonna deal with the I'll put that down in the pit, and if anybody wants to operate it down there, they can go right ahead. But I think I'm gonna continue just loading it with this loader. Because at least down in the pit, I don't care about how rough the ground looks. Up here, I kind of want it to look clean, especially after all the work I just put into making it clean. Just to come and get one brand new machine and have it all messed up. Okay, next load is going in that truck so that I can stop hearing the friggin' avalanche that's going on there. Fully unloaded. How am I loading the bucket? Okay, so the bagger has an issue. It's like it's constantly filling. Okay, I'm gonna go dump this. Can I empty this thing this time, or is it going to continuously refilling on me? There. it is already a flaw. Although it's not really a flaw, I guess it's kind of realistic. If I dump dirt into the truck like that, unless I tilted the bucket all the way forward, I really want to just go get the other loader to make this quicker, but I really don't think it's gonna do a clean job. Well, I'll have to park them better next time. made the dirt look lumpier. Pulled the power on. No, hang on. Tried to caught me last time I did that too. I thought I pulled the power on the thing so it wasn't doing anything, and then all of a sudden it was done. For the money selling the dirt. Alright, well, until I start using the bigger equipment, I will be parking this thing over by the other equipment. I'm done finishing this road up at least. I don't think I can get this truck down there. Let me try. Probably get it stuck. Some of that berm. How's it going, Chrome? Managed to get it down there. Now let's see if I can drive it back up. This truck is gutless. Very, very, very tight squeeze. Only -5. And yes, I know it's Celsius. And it gets closer. What is it here? I have no idea if that's able to be picked up. It says -9. And yes, Celsius. That's warm here. But I mean, I live in a city where we've said it plenty of times before, where it actually gets too cold to snow a lot of the times in the winter, and I know that sounds kind of stupid, but we get the frost more than we get the actual snow. I've been up here with -50. No, Fort Mac, Alberta. I keep catching on specifically. Step back there. Yeah, way up there. Hence the reason that I keep saying that I'm not completely oblivious or blind to this whole mining thing. area. Sorry. I have family in Hamilton, and wife has family. Where? What area are you? Is your? She's not even paying attention. But yeah, I got family in Hamilton over there. Or as the wife would call it, Stinky Town. So, it looks like if I removed the width of, basically the width of the berm that I have on this road. Yeah, hence my first comment when you said you were in Ontario and I said sorry. At least the premier that we have here in Alberta has a good head on her shoulders and tells it how it is and tells the people who don't have a fucking clue to fly the fuck somewhere. We'll fuel this up, I guess. But don't worry, over there, the government has talked and had meetings with the people. They've talked. They've had long, hard chats. Means absolutely fuck all, but that's their excuse. They've talked with them. There's one hell of a bump right here. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I just find it funny that they have that as a valid argument and they believe everybody to just sit back and go, oh, okay, then we have hope. It's like, they talked, so what? It's like me talking to you right now. They make it sound like me talking to you is enough to cure something that they're doing. It's the same concept. And I think think their other argument was that they have full confidence in them looking for other ventures and other technologies and things like that. Basically, to sum it all up, they have all the confidence in the world that the people who worked in the steel industry can find another job. Coal map. I think it's the coal mining map. I don't know if I can... I have no idea if there's a setting or a thing that I can go to company. No. Economy. Yeah, I'm not liking all that red. Oh, expenses, profits. Okay, at least my profits are more than my expenses. I don't think it tells me what map it is, though. But I'm pretty sure it was the coal mining map. When I first started, that hole was already there. Like this pit, it just, so the way there's a rise from that floor to this floor, there was this floor to a floor right here. I already dug out that floor. And none of these berms were here. But that was pretty much... And this road had another road that went all the way across there. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's coal. Finding little patches that I either missed or the game might have even put them back in on me. I might have spilled a little bit of dirt at one time in here. Yeah, I'll have to get the roller in there to clean that up after. But yeah, I might not actually have to tear apart too much of the road to get a haul truck down into a pit. I was thinking I was gonna have to tear like the equivalent of the width of the actual full road out. bought a bagger and brought it up here for a minute to see if it could help me clear out this road a lot better, and well, you don't see it up here anymore because it doesn't. I tried loading the back of the small haul truck that I just parked over the way, and it wound up dirt glitching basically to the point where the truck was constantly filling, but yet not. Like, it would fill, unfill, fill, unfill, fill, unfill, and continue to rinse and repeat that process. So it would just sound like a constant friggin' avalanche. Why is this doing this? And it's... I'll have to get the roller in for that too. Got a patch today. I'm not sure what it's doing. The patch gave us the ability to purchase the bagger, actually. So this right here. This thing. I already have one. And I tried it for a minute, and I don't like it. Not for what I'm doing anyway. If later on, I'll probably get a couple wiggles down on the bottom of the pit, and I'll see about putting that down in the bottom of the pit, clean out the bottom of that pit with this thing. It might work really well for that, but right now it's for clearing the road that I'm trying to clear. It's not. They apparently also fixed a bunch of like dirt graphics and things like that. The problem with that, I found when I put the bagger here, and then I had the small haul truck parked up behind it, the conveyor was sitting like as high as it could go, and the truck was literally just level with the belt. And when it was dumping it in, it was leaving a streak of dirt up. And then that was it. It was just, it would fill a little bit and drop it a little bit, fill a little, drop a little bit, and that was the rinse and repeat effect that it kept doing. It wasn't filling the truck at all. It was just, it stopped there at that. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. So when I get this road dug out to the point where I might only need to take off basically, I might only need to take off about the width of this, like the length of this truck width-wise on the road, and that should be enough to accommodate the large haul truck down into the pit. So my plan now is dig out everything here all the way up to the haul trucks, and then start digging out this section where my loader is sitting right now. And then I should be able to get the haul truck down into the pit. And when I get one of those haul trucks, probably the bigger one, down, I'll probably get them to stage there somewhere, and I'll dig out. So at the top of the GPS that's on this loader is my pointer. I'm going to probably stage the truck there and dig out this section all the way up to where that little divot is that I got dug there next to the oil rig. So I'll have a wall right there, and I'll have this dug out so that I can get the trucks to come right on down into here. And then eventually I'm going to be digging that wall away, going that way. That's the plan. Now again, like I've said before, plans will change, can change, and 9 times out of 10 do change. But that's the plan for now. Now I should go unload these. And me and the wife were also thinking,
Just put all that front off and brings it out.
okay. Alright. Yeah. This is what I was talking about there last night. So my plan later on is to remove that wall right there, add these concrete blocks about the same amount on the other side. I'm just gonna have to remove some of this stuff, and then it'll probably end up being a road where you drive down this way. Yeah, this is going to be a pain in the ass. Actually, it's probably just going to be the ramp goes down that, and then you're going to have to probably drive right over all of this crap anyway. I don't want to turn this into a road. Yeah, I don't want to turn that into a road. And then I just need to figure out how to get back from there into the plant, or into the pit. Now, is it worth it more for me to go this way and then over here back onto... Yeah, it probably will be.
Because you can go up the crusher, back down, and then come back down onto the road.
Because this is already here.
I think that you can have to wrap down that high wall.
Hmm?
You're saying if you come off the crusher and then you come up this way. Oh, you just go all the way around.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't realize where you went.
Yeah. Then you're just in the big loop. And then eventually be digging this out. And again, doesn't matter which way you go. You can go that way to get onto the crusher, or you can go that way to get onto the crusher. Unless there's more than one person playing on the map.
That's true.
Did that person just call me sweet cheeks?
That person did just call you sweet cheeks.
Person just called me sweet cheeks. Okay. But yeah. So if there's only me and you playing, or only me playing, then when I'm digging out this wall, it doesn't matter if I go that way to get onto the crusher, or if I go that way to get onto the crusher.
Yeah. That'll make it easier.
And if there's more than just me or you playing, then it'll be one direction. You go that way to get onto the crusher, or you go that way to get on the crusher, and that's it.
Yeah.
That way there's no...
Anyway, I'm gonna go
Yeah.
check my email. If I don't have anything from her, maybe I'll hop in with...
Okay. just gonna continue digging out the road. Today is literally road construction and potential planning. That's pretty much it. This part here was pretty much already made. I'm not going to take a lot of credit. When I joined this map, this hole already existed. I've dug a little bit out of down here. I've dug a little bit out here. I've added the berms, but most of this hole already existed. That up there did not. Actually, I don't think I'd have much of a problem putting a ramp down this way. How far out does that ramp have to go, though? Might not have to go out that far. I'm thinking about making this a drive-through instead of just like what I got going on right now, a back up and dump. No, this is the core coal mine. Sorry. But don't worry, I'm new too. I think I have... Where does it say how many hours I got into this game right now? Oh, okay. It might not be new no more. 96.1 hours. That's how much time I have into this game right now. But again, I'm not new necessarily to mining as much as I'm new to mining in this game. I live in the city where we dig up the oil sand. So I've actually worked on these as a mechanic. I've operated the smallest of the 3 haul trucks. I've changed the tires on essentially everything in this map. My profession used to be a tire technician for a good portion of it. I was also an operator for a little bit of it, and I was an apprentice heavy-duty mechanic for a little bit. And living in this city, I've worked out on the sites that dig up the oil sands, where the mine literally ends up looking... I mean, this is a very beginner of what the mines look like out on site here in the city, but this is essentially what they kind of look like. So it's not completely out of my wheelhouse of having at least a good idea of what to expect when trying to set up. But the crushers, or hoppers in this game, they're kind of set up the same way I have this one set up. Ish. When you back up to a dump, you don't just... There's no drive through, because these trucks are that friggin' heavy. There's nothing for you to drive onto that'll be able to support all of the weight that it'll be able to hold. But if you're new to the stream and you like what you're seeing, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, subscribe, do all the things depending on what platform you're watching this on, as I am streaming on 3 platforms right now. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch. Oh nice. Just got it last Friday, only 15 hours for me. kind of familiar with mining. Used to build equipment like conveyors and hoppers. Yeah, they used to do that up here, and now they have essentially put the bucket wheel, or the bagger as they put it in this game. They have it in essentially a museum here now because of how useless they are in this environment. What ended up happening was there's too much maintenance involved in comparison to how little maintenance for operating like the shovels and the haul trucks. They used to have conveyors that went like the baggers or the bucket wheel. They used to have that up in the mine here, and because of all the pulleys and the conveyors and everything else, the amount of maintenance that was involved for it was a nightmare for them. Cost them too much compared to just operating this equipment and the maintenance involved for that. Plus, I think a lot of it is because they used new equipment and the warranty was a little bit better for it. Like the Cat 797, for instance, most of the equipment that they have out there would be a warranty thing if something happened. Even if the truck looks like it's been through hell and back in a war or two, it still 9 times out of 10 has a warranty. So, but they also have the mechanics out there that essentially own the equipment, like Finning, which is Cat Mechanics. So in most cases they can warranty any kind of a repair that's been done as well. So it's a lot easier to do that than to try and warranty a belt. But they did used to have that up here, and then it didn't work out so good. The oil sands is one of the best testing environments. If you want to know if something can be beaten to a pulp and still survive, then this is the place to do it. Like a good example, the sites out here tried using the H1 Hummer. So Army's favorite vehicle, unless you're actually in the military and operated one, then you know how bullshit that is. Apparently they'll rattle the teeth out of your head and probably come back for the gums too. But they tested it out here thinking if it was good enough for the Army, then it'd be good enough for the sites out here. They lasted a week. They were beaten to a pulp so bad that they lasted 1 week. They kiboshed that idea and went with just regular equipment. Like just regular pickups and things like that. Actually, get another load in that back one. But what I was saying earlier, I forgot to do the map thing today. So my plan, and again, like I said, plans change often. Plans are plans. They can happen, they can change today, tomorrow. So my original plan right now, that's me digging out this portion. So originally there was a shelf here, then there was a shelf here. This road here went all the way around and back up here, up to this point. So I've dug out the road that went here. I dug out a little bit of the road that came up this way. I added the berms. So my plan now is I'm widening this haul road. So this used to be the last bank. So it used to look like this right up to this point. So I dug out all of this section here. I tiered it down twice already. I'm now finally at the level of the ground. So once I tear up this, I'm going to essentially take out about this much of the road here, so that it's level with this section here. So I'm going to take out that road all the way across to probably about there. I'm going to stop there, come back, so that I can fit the largest haul truck down into the pit. So I'm going to dig this out up to probably level it off to that. Then I'm going to dig out, this is, so the ramp comes up here and then you're up a higher level this way. I'm going to dig out this section here so that it's the same width as, or so that it's the same height as this ramp. Then the largest haul truck should be able to get from the crusher to the bottom of the pit. Then I'm going to start digging out the bottom of the pit, or also in between, I'll probably be doing the digging out of here until it starts to get a bit cramped. And then I'm going to try and eggshell shape this, the mine. So I'm going to start tearing out this wall here, tear out this wall here, and keep the road going around it until I might even start going around the plant. And now, as I said, plans change because now that I just thought about it, because my crusher might end up turning into a drive-through crusher, I might not do that veer coming over this way, because then I'd have to come up here and go all the way around this way in order to get into. So I'm debating on maybe doing straight through here and then come up this way. I don't know. I still got a lot of dirt to move here. And then I still got a lot of dirt to move there before I come even close to any of this. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna dig this out to, I'm gonna go from here to this wall, clean that out, then I'm gonna shave this off and probably cut it to the width of that so that this entire section is the same height all around here. Then dig that out and I'll be down in the bottom of the pit. I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's the plan for now. But like I said, the plan can and possibly change several times by the time I'm implementing them. Because part of my plan is going to be changing when I do a straight through crusher. And for anybody asking, why am I using this tiny loader and not that large monstrosity or that little bit larger or smaller than a large monstrosity for this road stuff? A guy on my stream yesterday said it best. That bitch is made for digging holes. That one over there is made for digging holes. This thing here is made for precise work. It's like using that thing there is the equivalent of taking a 20-pound sledgehammer to use to try and hammer in a finishing nail. So the nail will probably be in there, but how much of the wood will be left over when you're done hammering it in? So it's a little bit of a timely process. And I am looking for anybody that wants to operate anything in here. But like I've said before, because of the fact that trolls happen, the idea is if you're going to join, I can get you the information to join. but for the first little bit, you will be operating trucks. Until I, for lack of better words, until I can trust that you can operate that without causing too much havoc, or efficiently. If you can do that, then I can possibly upgrade you to operating a loader or a roller or anything, and one of the other pieces of equipment that's a little more, I guess, fun. Probably be the best way to put it. But as of right now, I'm looking for truck operators. Because I really don't have a place right now for anybody to operate or practice even operating a loader. I guess I could have somebody digging out that back wall up there if they wanted to practice operating the loader. Wouldn't be too much to clean it back up again. But that's for another day. I really need a roller running around in here. This road is as clean as it might look. Certainly not the levelest. I'm starting to... So, the wall was originally that high. I dug it down with this thing. Actually, I started digging it down with that thing. But it started over there, and I went from ramped up to this tier, and then I ramped up from that tier to another, right about there. I dug this section all the way across, then came back and started digging this section all the way across with this loader. But in the process of digging it across with this loader, as you can see, I started to slope down a little bit because, as I said, this thing is made for digging holes. It's not made for precise road construction. So it went right down to this. So now I'm starting to ramp up to the point where this used to be scoop in, grab one bucket, go over. Now I'm gonna have to start taking a layer off and then come back and get another bucket. It's a little bit of work. But when it's all said and done, I know it's gonna look good. And the reason that I'm not using the smaller haul truck to load right now, ever since the patch that they literally just put in, they made it a little bit more realistic, I agree, but the box of the truck is like this, and when this thing's arm is all the way up and the bucket curls forward, it literally places itself here, and then I do this. Yesterday I was able to do that and it would empty the bucket. I could just do that and drive away. Now what it's doing is I'm doing this, and then when I come back and it kind of scoops up a bit of the dirt. So it doesn't actually empty the bucket of the loader. Now, I don't know if that's something they're going to fix later or not. But again, like I said, it is something that's a little bit realistic. So I'm not against it. It was just making my life a little tiny bit easier to load the haul truck with this thing. That way I could dig more, empty less. Because with these guys, I'm filling 2 trucks. I don't want to buy a fleet of them. Actually, what I'm gonna do, if I just clean up the edges of this. lots of room for activities around here now. Yeah, I did say I was gonna start doing that, so might as well. S turns in a loader, not so good. I wish there was a button that I could use on the GPS, or with the GPS equipped, that I could push a button that'll make the bucket flat. To where I don't have to do, like right now, I'll put the bucket down, and then I'll adjust it, and what I'm usually adjusting it to is ish. Which, as you can see, ish wicked fucking lag spike. So yeah, what I was saying is, as you can see, bucket-ish flat is not really. That'll hopefully be fixed with the loader, or the roller, but now you can set a key to 0. I did not know that. Is okay. Let's settings, controls, controller. Let's see if there's one already set or not. Loader steering wheel. Loader activate roller smoothing? See the red and blue line on the GPS, you can set them as your dig height by zeroing out the GPS. Set 0 in controls. Guessing I gotta do with keyboard. It only sets it to the plane you're holding. Doesn't actually set to a zeroed out plane. Okay, but still, if I was able to dig a flat area that I knew, like I literally just scooped it and I noticed that it's even all the way across, then I should have some random button. I'm gonna push that button and that's what I'm gonna want it set to. Better than what I'm currently doing, which is lay the bucket down and hope to hell for the best, and then go out and find out that I just dug a crater or I just dug a cliff face. So if that works that way. But I know I'm a streamer that's essentially computer illiterate at this point. Vehicle. Set 0. Okay, so keyboard. No, I can just go controller. I wonder what I'm going to want to set that to. See if it works. Now, if I push that button again, is it going to... Oh. Oh, I don't like that idea. How do I reset that? I haven't done anything particular with buttons anyway, so I'm going to reset that. Then I'm going to... Hopefully this fixes it. It does not. I need to reset the... How do I reset that? Sensitivity 10, dead zone 10. I have no idea what any of that means. Invert false pedal fall. Okay, so the key I'm gonna set to it is essentially the run faster button, but I'm not running any faster in a loader or a haul truck or anything like that. So the button is set. Now I don't understand what sensitivity, like what am I able to set the sensitivity so that I can like lift the bucket fast enough to do a fucking somersault, or like do a backflip in a front end loader? A dead zone? You don't need to change those options. Okay. So I have that. Oh, truck is broken. What did I break? Vehicle repaired? And now it's broken. Okay, battery died. You don't need to change those up. Okay. Store. Equipment. Batteries. Quality. Sell the junk. Place battery. Oh, how I wish everything like that was that simple. And I still don't know the button to start the engine. So it's literally get out and get back in again. Okay, I guess that's... good enough. Close enough, I guess. Oh. Okay. I mean, I don't have to jump out like a maniac every single time I gotta start the thing now? But with the GPS, there should be a setting, kind of like with dozers. With the GPS, it's almost like a push, or farming equipment. That would probably be a better example. Push a button and it kind of just does the course of what it's supposed to do. Dozers in some cases work the same way, where you push a button and it automatically sets grade. All you need to do is just push your levers forward so that you're driving forward, and the blade will work itself. So manual GPS. Nice to see automatic. Yeah. You were in the midst of typing that as I said what I said, weren't you? Because I literally just said that. this one over. But I guess having it set to what I would consider close to 0 gives me a better idea. I'm kind of running it the same way as I was anyway, where I was kind of on a flat level, setting my bucket height to that flat level, like roughly right across was straight anyway. So I mean, the only difference was the red and blue line were lower than where the white line was. It's not really much of a difference. $65 for 10 years at automatic. Okay, so you know what I'm talking about then. You know, I haven't operated them, but I have heard about them. I've repaired and fixed a lot of. Now, I worked in a shop at the time as an apprentice, so most of the time when I was working on this stuff, it was, here's a dozer, take this off and fix it. Here's a loader, take this off and fix it, because I was an apprentice, so it wasn't really. And when it comes to the Wiggles, I was working on Terex rock trucks, which is just a brand name, but that's the same thing as calling every skid steer a fucking bobcat. It's not. Case have them, Cat has them, John Deere has them, they're all skid steers. If it's a Bobcat brand and you call it a Bobcat, by all means, you can get away with it. That's a pass. But if it's a Cat or a Case and you look at it and call it a Bobcat, I want to smack you. It's a fucking skid steer. Or a mini loader. Yeah, so this GPS gives you a little bit of help, but at the same time, it kind of doesn't. It's like if you can set it to what you think is 0, and then drive forward, and if you happen to hit a bump or cause something, you're fucked. There's nothing you can really do about it. It's like I just set that, and then there could be a lump there, and there's nothing that I can do about it to fix that. So I think what I'm gonna do later on, before I start digging out the other road to start going down into the pit, I might end up just going over this entire road with the roller. I know it's going to be painfully dragged out process, because literally with a roller you go drive forward, back up, move over a little bit, drive forward, move back over, and I will have to do that for this entire fucking road. They do. They need way bigger rollers. But they also need to make it so that the grader works the way it's intended. Like, I should be able to go to the end of this road, find my flat spot, set my blade down, and drive. And if anything, have the grader make one of these, or a windrow. So I should be able to start from the beginning of here, find my flat spot, and just drive the edge of this. And maybe have a windrow on this side of the road, get to the other end, and essentially do what the site's work is, where grader operators literally all their job is to take the rocks from one side of the road and move it to the other, and then halfway through the day turn around, take those rocks and put them right back to where they came from. Grader operators hate it when I say that joke, but too bad. But in this game, when you put the grader in, yeah, the same thing with the dozer, though. It's like, the dozer should technically work the same way. I should be able to go down to that pit there, the bottom of my pit there, and all that snot that's down in the bottom. I should be able to take the grader, start at one, or the dozer, start at one end, put the blade down flat, and drive forward. And maybe, depending on the dozer that I'm using, have my blade tilted so that, again, I can have a windrow on one side and I just push the material flat and then turn around and rinse and repeat until I can put it all over to the other side of the pit. But in this game, it's like shit just magically appears. It's almost like if I came out here, had a lump of dirt, came out with my shovel, packed it down, it looks flat to me. To the game, that lump is still there. You just can't drive over it unless you take a dozer and drive past it, and then magic, it just returned. Like, I've had it actually to the point where I made a bigger mess just putting the blade down and then trying to pick it back up to see if I could fix that problem. And when I picked it all the way back up and drove forward, I made an even bigger mess. I quadrupled the amount of dirt that was in front of me that didn't even exist in the first place. So yeah, there's still some bugs. There's still some things that they need to correct and fix. But I mean, it's a game too. You can't just see erosion effects with the storms. Have to do water controls. It's like, yeah, I was thinking about the same thing too. It's like, that's the reason right now I'm on clear skies. I don't see any point in having the snow on, or the fucking rain, or the fog, or any of that stuff. It doesn't hinder you. It doesn't cause any real repercussions. Like I was saying, if it was gonna be raining, maybe make the roads a bit sloppy. Make the haul trucks spin out or something. Because you know the way haul trucks work. They'd get stuck on shit if it was in the right spot. Put a little lump of shit on the road and then put a 797 right on top of it, and you could spin that thing out on it. And trust me, I've seen essentially that done, not with shit now, but with a little bit of mud underneath the 797 tire in the right spot, and that truck just spun right out. So, contrary to popular belief, those tires, the ones that are on any of these loaders and any of the trucks that are here, they don't have shit for traction. It's like you're essentially driving around with slicks with hundreds of tons of shit on top of you. Like it's... Alright, I'm gonna move the beast back. And again, the reason I'm not using this monstrosity to do what I'm doing with that, as I've been told before last stream by somebody, this bitch is made for digging holes, not road construction. There's nothing precise work about this thing. This thing is meant to dig a big hole. That there is more for precise work. Even that thing over there, I would use that if it wasn't so almost bogged out. Well, I mean, other games do have like rain effects. Like if it's raining in, I think GTA is a good example. If it's raining in GTA and you're driving around in that game, it's slipperier. So it's not that far-fetched. The stuff does exist in games. It's just, again, now you got to worry or think about one game developer talking to another one about how they did something, and that's like asking for patents. Like it just, I'd love to have every game developer that had a good idea come into the same room and say, hey, we're going to implement this. But then again, there's some games out there that I've already tried that, and then they turn into garbage because of how realistic they're trying to make it. Like the game Escape from Tarkov would be a good example for me to think about it. That is essentially a battle simulator to me. They added an effect in that game they call, I already forgot what the name of the term is, but basically I would call it input lag implemented into the game. The amount of weight that you're carrying in the game, and then when you try and stop, if you have a lot of weight on you, you have, inertia. That's the name of it. They implemented a thing called inertia, which as far as I'm concerned is input lag. When you stop your character, you want your character to stop. You don't want it to continue going because there's a little bit of weight in its bags. But it's stuff like that. Some games they implement too much, and some games they need to, and again, have it set to where you could turn it off if you wanted to. Like if I wanted to turn off the effects of rain affecting the ground or whatever, then basically I could do what I just did now, where I have sunny skies or clear skies. But I would honestly, I think I would like it if they did have it implemented where you could have a sloppy area, or let's say like what I got going on up there is the farthest thing from a flat road. If it rained and there'd be a puddle up there, or down in the bottom of the pit you need to build drainage because the bottom of the pit is obviously a giant bowl. If it rains too much, then you're gonna have a giant body of water. But again, I haven't dug down as deep as I can go in this game. I've only got 96 hours. So everything that you see here is from me starting from scratch to what I'm at now. A little bit of help from my viewers and in ideas on what to build and things like that, which is the reason that I have 5 oil rigs. If it wasn't for those 5 oil rigs, I wouldn't have anywhere close to the money that I have. Each one of those oil rigs left for about an hour or two is a couple $1 million a piece. But I am eventually gonna think about maybe removing the 4 of those ones, just so that I can get more room to build. I'm thinking maybe a turnaround area for the crusher. I'm not fully on board with that idea yet, but that's an idea I have anyway. I don't remember how much I started with, but I know yesterday I streamed for 8 hours, 10 hours, something like that. I think I checked the oil at the beginning of my stream, and when I made it to the end of my stream, I checked it again. I was at 65 mil, and right before I logged out, after checking the oil, I was 85 mil. So 20 mil in 8 hours. Little less than 8 hours. With 5 oil rigs. But when I first started playing this map, I I don't remember how much they started me off with. But it was enough to buy, I think it was the small loader and I want to say a wiggle wagon. It's too easy to make money. I'm curious how it is on hard. I don't even think I have this on hard. Yeah, I think I have this on normal, just the regular settings that it automatically implemented on. But I also do have, like, I have a few points away in the skill. Actually, I got more points I need to put away on the skill tree. If I can. If I have anywhere that I can really put them. More experience and money for quests. Yeah. Okay. And another thing I'd love to try and learn, eventually, is the shovel. And when I say the shovel, I mean this bastard here. The excavators, but the one with the clamshell, the one that scoops forward instead of pulls back. I'd love to figure it out, but I tried it there a while ago, and the way they have the buttons, I just need to sit down and figure out what button controls what and how to set it to the way my brain wants to do it, because the way that they have it set, my brain does not compute in any way on how that works. It's like this button should do this and it doesn't, and then this button should do that and it doesn't. It's like in order to scoop, I have to push both joysticks forward, where I think if I was really operating an excavator, you'd basically, you go all the way out in order to bring all the way out, you bring all the way back and this way in order to scoop. With the joysticks, it's like you go all the way forward to do that. No. I'd love to figure out how to set it up to where each joystick actually controls an excavator the same way as it normally would. But again, I've only operated them as I was fixing them. I never operated them to operate them. I used to work for a basically a scrap metal salvage, and it was scrap metal recycling, and they were operating the excavators in there to do all of that, and I was their mechanic, so I would fix what was going on there. So yeah, there was times that I had to fix the joysticks and all that kind of stuff so I had to operate them to figure out if it was working. Tried running the shovel and my brain wouldn't compute. Yeah. Yeah, my brain just, nope. I got in it and tried it, and then it's like the bucket went down. I'm like, no, I wanted it to go up. Now I want it to go forward. No, not down, not like, it wasn't even the opposite of what my brain was saying. It was wrong from what my brain was saying. Should be. And yet I have seen, I think on another person's video that I was watching, they had a little live stream that they were doing, and I kind of watched that in the background as I'm going. And he had somebody that hopped in, and they were just operating the thing like it was, like they've done it for 20 years. Operating the shovel like that, and I'm looking at it like, how? How can you operate the excavator like that? Because normally in my brain, if it was to function the way it should function, this mine would look a lot cleaner than it does. Because I would be operating that excavator or shovel, and it would actually bring the cliff faces, it would make them look a lot neater than what they actually are. Because the shovel would literally go to the bottom of where the cliff face comes in, put the shovel in, dig up, dump, move over, dig up, or go in, dig up, dump, and then just clear out a nice even concave section of where it's digging out. When I did it, I dug a Grand Canyon. I got halfway to China on another spot there. I took half of my cliff face, and then I had a cliff face as well. Like, nothing worked the way I wanted it to work. And the only thing that it was doing was just infuriating me. Like, it wasn't fun to try and figure it out. It was actually really aggravating, because none of the buttons were working the way I was wanting them to, and it almost felt like sometimes the buttons didn't even work the way they were supposed to be working. It's like sometimes I kind of thought, I was like, okay, I think I have an idea of how this is supposed to work. Then I pushed a button going, well, that's supposed to do that, and it didn't. So again, I'm going to chalk up some of it to glitches in the game, but most of it was definitely operator error. I like the little dirt lumps that they've added to the graphic of it, though. Definitely have to come in here and hit this with the roller. It's too lumpy. In a real world, I would grab a grater and come in here and hit this. Start at that end, come all the way up to here, have the windrow on the left side, turn around, turn my blade, have the windrow pointed towards the right of the truck, and just move my way right into the bank. And then be done. But it don't work that way in this game. There we go. I am happy that you guys showed me and told me that there is a way to set the GPS to the zeros. As much as I wish setting it to 0 was push a button and the bucket would just set itself to 0, but it makes it a little bit... At least my eye is gonna catch, like right now, if I put the bucket down and then I go flat, at least my eyes are going to catch that the white line is meeting the red and the white line is also meeting the blue. If the two of those are not matched up, then I need to level out my machine so that, because like that was what it was set to earlier, and I noticed, because if I flattened out my bucket and went on forward, I'd end up with the stupid lumps that I got going on up there. So I am happy that that's a thing that's set up that way now. But again, there's still some work to be done. Let's see the -13, that's the 13 centimeters below your targeted mark. Okay, Hang on. I'll just reset myself here to... I'm gonna need to take off a scoop on there anyway. I've gotten to the point where... So I understand the right side is my truck's sitting this way or this way. And for some reason... Okay. I don't know how I only just seen the fact that it's a damn bucket. I was thinking it was a weight. The yellow square, I was thinking was a weight. Turns out it's the bucket, and the bucket is facing me. Which should be backwards. If I'm literally driving the truck this way, then that right side should be showing the bucket pointing this way. So my truck is actually tilted this way. That's, yeah. So if I look here, my truck is tilted this way now. But technically it should be pointing the other way. How many people do you know that drive around sitting on the hood of their vehicle looking at the windshield in reverse? Again, even if there's 100 flaws to this game, I'm still having a blast. This game is just fun all around. Okay, so negative 14.1 centimeters. Oh, that's a lot of finicky adjustment. Especially because I'm using a SCUF controller, so... Okay, so positive would be above the red line, negative is below the red line, and if I'm negative 14, I'm 14 centimeters below where I want it to be. So obviously 0 is flat, and... okay. Yeah. So I do want to get it as close as possible, but at no point in time am I going to sit here and go, oh, gotta adjust. No, too much, too little. No, no, I'm 0.6. Like, I'll be here all fucking day just to get one scoop, and yeah, no. So what I'm doing is it's close. It's close enough. And like I said, any little imperfections I can clean up with the paint over there called a roller. Yeah, like close enough. No, not really. Closest thing to me understanding a plane is the thing that flies in the sky at this point. But again, I like to consider myself a quick learner, but I'm mostly a hands-on learner. So you're also talking to a person that their first intention when they were in high school was, I'm going to become a heavy-duty mechanic. And when I graduated high school, I went into being a tire technician because the shop I was going to work for because my original intention was mechanic. Now, heavy duty was my end goal. Automotive was my next idea. It's a flat line in the universe. So when you mark your target, that sets your plane. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I do understand what you're talking about there. Surveyors use it all the time, right? So, this is one plane. The ramp level of the road underneath this one is another plane, which I am eventually going to want from about here to the bottom of that road to be on the same plane as that road. You set at a -1 on height, +3 on level. Oh boy. You know, the numbers you just put in there just reminded me of math, and I really don't like math. Without making me sound like a moron, that's starting to sound confusing, but... So 100 feet to the left will give a higher grade because it... Not a zero plane. Nope, I'm not getting that. Not understanding it. And it's not that I'm immediately dismissing it or anything, it's just I'm not understanding what you're saying. Alright. Go empty these. But I think in layman's terms of what I just said there, it's a rough idea of... I kinda, a little bit understand what you're saying when it comes to the heights and planes and stuff. So each one of these levels is... Yeah. Like right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, essentially 5 planes-ish. So the plane loses height the further you get from the marks. So I think I'm... Yeah, so if you level and then you go forward, you're not going to stay flat. You are eventually going to start going down. This is something I would like to figure out because I know I'm gonna need it to fix shit like this right here, so that I can have a more even ramp. Because I know what you're talking there now is essentially, for lack of better words, the math that I would need to make a good ramp. Because right now all I'm doing is it's kind of like the piece of plywood and the pieces of 2x4 stacked on top of each other. It's literally just stack the plywood, or stack the 2x4s, stamp the plywood on there and drop it and hope for the best. And because of the harsh angle that my ramps are sitting at, that haul truck over there has a nightmare of a time getting up over that little ramp there. And as if you were on here a little bit earlier, me taking that small haul truck down into the bottom of that pit, it had a nightmare of a time getting up that ramp over there, and a nightmare of a time getting up this ramp here, and like everything here is just a struggle because of the way that I'm making these ramps. I'm fluking out with some of them, but correct, if value is able to set at 0 for both sides, then you could get a level plane. So if I was able to set, yeah, if I was able to set from an example for me to say that I kind of understand what you're saying. 0 is where the loader is, and then if I was able to set a 0 to where the rock face is, then I'd be able to set a flat plane. Now, if I want pitch, would be another one. I would need to set my. Yep. This is why I'm not an engineer. This is also why I'm not a surveyor. This is also why my profession was a tire technician. I was essentially a rubber bomb diffuser. The closest thing I needed to knowing math was I have 4 tires. How many valve stems do I need to replace all 4 valve stems in the tires? 4. I have a high school diploma, and as soon as I graduated high school and walked out the front door, everything I learned in high school went and stayed in the high school. Set it correctly on the dozer with 6-way blade. 6-way blade is the one that you can do this way, and then so this way, this way, this way, this way, up and down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. Oh. Okay. Well, as you can see my, well, you can't see my condition because of the fact that I have the camera not pointing at my stomach, or I'm also not a female streamer, so I don't have them sitting at my tits. Yeah. I wasn't the best at gym. And math, I only did because I was forced to do it, and if it wasn't for a damn calculator, if I run out of fingers and toes, then I'm screwed. That's to be basically the condition of math for me. But yeah, see, that's something too. If I was, let's say I was in the profession of operating a loader all the time, then I would kind of be forced into the whole understanding it a little bit more. But again, the professions that I was in consisted of changing the tires on these things, and that was the extent of it. It's like if somebody told me, here's the loader, operate the loader and just dig to this line, which is another thing too, and a lot of people, I have seen it, loader operators, scraper operators, dozers, it's literally here, stick here, put dirt here. Like, that's the way a lot of the sites work out here now. It's like there's no thinking involved anymore. It's you get your surveyor, comes out and puts a whole bunch of sticks out in the middle of your area, and they say put dirt at this line, or you need more dirt on this stick. And then once that's said and done, then you turn around and then they come in with the graders and the GPS and all that kind of stuff. It's, yeah, it's not stuff that I've messed with. I've seen it, I've been around it, but I haven't messed with it. Most of what I messed with, like I said, is I've changed the tires on basically everything that's in this game right now. I have the pickup truck over there. I have the roller. I have the wiggle wagons. I have the loaders of all different sizes. I have the haul trucks of all different sizes, and I have changed the tires on all of them. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. As a tire technician, we also have the term that you have to be a special kind of stupid to do my kind of job, is the way we used to do it. And the reason behind it is because I have seen, actually, so if I I'm sure you already know what I'm talking about when I even just say this, but I'm just going to put it up for a visual. One of these guys. So these tires here, I have had 2 blow up on me. Both of them were at 80 psi, and I had no idea up to having it to 80 psi, and then all of a sudden I heard what sounded like somebody grabbing a guitar string and pulling really hard on it, and you hear that dink noise. I had 3 of those, and then I couldn't hear anything for 3 hours. And the worst that happened there was my equilibrium became destroyed to the point where I just became violently ill. Like the tire itself, I had it in a tire cage, the safety cage when you're airing them up. Happy that I did that, and I will never ever not do that. But I had 2 of those blow up on me, and if those tires are at 100 psi and you're standing right on top of it when it blows up, it will take a 200-pound man and throw him 200 feet. So that just tells you what kind of concussive blow you can get from that. And any of this stuff here, the bigger it is, obviously, like, so a tractor trailer tire, what your typical tractor trailer holds for PSI, 100 PSI, those haul trucks also hold the same amount. So there's actually those trucks usually sit at about 110 PSI per tire. So if they're gonna let go, you're never gonna know it. But we used to say the same thing about the tractor trailer tires or anything like that. If you're out in the field and you're right next to the tire, you got 2 options. If you have enough time to react, you have 2 options. 1, go up and hug the tire, or 2, try and run away. But 9 times out of 10, you're better off probably going up and hugging the tire. At least that way you're right there and it'll be done and over and you won't feel a thing. And if a haul truck tire is about to blow, you'll never know. If you're standing right on top of it, you'll never know what happened. Everybody around you will know what happened because there'll be bits and pieces of you going everywhere. But we had a incident out on site. Now, I wasn't on the site at the time that it happened, but a tire from one of these trucks, like the largest truck, let's say was sitting where the largest loader is there, that large loader right where the GPS is. The tire blew up. The lock ring on it would have landed at the equivalent of where that watchtower is. That tire was fully inflated. So so the distance of where this hardware and everything else can go, and apparently this cut a person in half when it happened, because a person was actually sitting in front of it when it happened. So when I say special kind of stupid or rubber bomb diffuser, that's what I mean. We had a haul truck come in with so on all of the wiggle wagons, the loader, well, not loaders, but all the haul trucks, they have brand new tires on the fronts, on the steers, and then they have what we would call spares on the back. Because most of the time, when a haul truck operator is driving their haul truck, they're not very gentle with the back tires. They're either backing up onto the crusher pads, or they're backing up into, like when they gotta get loaded in some cases, they're backing right up to, like this, right up to where they're getting loaded. I've seen one where I was working for a company up here that I watched an operator literally back into the berm and do this. To the point where I got on the radio very angrily and told him to stop making work for me. Because all he did was just burn that tire right apart. And this was in a 793 is the size of the truck that they had. And he's just backing up to a berm, and that tire is just, he's bouncing. The tire is just doing this the whole time. And I'm livid. It's like, buddy, the person shouldn't have been signed off on that truck because they had no clue what they were doing. But we've had incidents with stuff like that. I've had one where the front tire actually had a blister or bubble, so the sidewall bubble, to if I was to ever go anywhere near it, I could have literally sat in, if I was inside the tire, I could have sat in the bubble and stood up. That's how big that bubble was. To the point where we actually went out, took the truck, the operator of the truck, basically told him to, so an example would be what's going on here. So I would have taken them in the truck that's sitting there, I would have told them to turn the truck facing me, I would have laid down a spike, giant spike, like probably 3 feet tall, on a steel plate, and I would have sat it out into the middle of the haul road, and I would have stood back to where I was sitting in my truck, and I would have guided him. Would have told him to keep driving until he drove onto that spike. Because the sidewall bubble would have, I mean, if anybody else was anywhere around there, if somebody happened to drive next to them in that haul truck, and that tire blew out, that would have been a massive issue. Major problem with what happened there, and there's some things you can't correct, and you can't do anything as safe as possible because it was the driver's side tire. Now, if you notice with haul trucks, I'm going on a little bit of a rant here, I know, but it's a good example, a good idea of. So as you can see, there's your operator of the truck. There's your driver's side front tire. So this tire had a bubble in the tire to where, now I'm a little bit shorter than the character in this, I could have sat and stood in the bubble of the tire. So when we had an operator driving the spike into the tire, naturally we have to also think about when that tire is about to blow, or rapid deflation is the better way to put it. Is it going to just out on the bottom, or is it going to explode? If it explodes, we need to make sure that it doesn't, because if that explodes, that could take out all of that. So we needed to make sure that when the operator drove over the spike, that he drove over it properly, slowly, and made sure that when it went in, it went and it just deflated the tire mechanically. It was a nightmare. And because of the fact that it was essentially all front tires on the haul trucks are brand new, or their hours are recorded more professionally than the back tires are recorded, then OH&S and everything else had to get involved, which is the heavy safety people. If a back tire blows out, it just blows out. Who cares? Change it out. Just move on, whatever. Front tires blow out, major issue for 2 reasons. One, if that tire is going to blow out, we need to really know why, because of the fact that it's directly under the operator of the vehicle, so safety for the operator. And it's a brand new tire. Those tires are $75,000 to $80,000 a piece per truck, having 6. So the amount of money that you're spending on them, it's not cheap. So when they're looking into that kind of stuff, then they need to make sure that everything that they're using is safe. It'd be the same thing as this on this thing. If your front tires on this blow out, you're right on top of it. You're sitting on top of 2 rubber bombs. So if they blow up, who's to say that it's going to just blow out and cause absolutely no damage around it? It's the same thing as throwing a hand grenade and saying that it's just going to hurt the one spot that you threw it and not going to damage or have any shrapnel around where the grenade came out. It doesn't happen. So it's the same thing with this. And that's the end of my TED Talk. Of my profession of being a rubber bomb diffuser and how you needed to be a special kind of stupid in order to do that kind of job. Because at the same time, you never know when the tire could have blown. There's been videos out there, tires just randomly exploding due to the temperature and the weather. And then some cases where you hit a good bump and it happens. So you can go from one drastic measure to another and then never know. Okay, so why am I unable? There we go. Oh, I'm above it again. Oh. I gotta hit that spot because there's massive lump forming. If you have operated the six-way dozer in this game? And if you have, does it function like all the rest of the dozers in this game, or is that the only one that might actually be a little bit more user-friendly, would be the best way to put it? Does it just suddenly make materials out of thin air and stuff like that? I haven't used it too much yet, but it is the one I like. Okay. But if you've used it at least a little bit, is it more user-friendly, or does it still do the whole, like, random material just suddenly shows up in front of you kind of thing? Like a lot of the other dozers in this game. I think I went with the straight one that it looks like a D12. That was the one that I went with, which is essentially just the dirt pusher. Because that's all they really use it for out on site that I know of. Like, they're cleaning up pits and stuff like that around the shovels. They literally just put the blade down until it's flat and then just drive forward until all the material is out of the way. So high. think in order for me to use the dozer in this game, though, I think I'm gonna need to find an area that I really don't care too much about messing up. Probably go and take a dozer into one of those lower little pits. Like there's a bunch of little areas out there that are pits. I might just take a dozer, slap it in the middle of that, and just see if I can't just push dirt to the walls. Practice that way. But I really don't want to stick it right down in the middle of my pit right here and go, yeah, let's grab that dozer and just make it work. Because I already have enough snot down there now. I don't want to cause a whole lot more. I also wish the loader would stop doing that too. It's like if I come to a complete stop and I turn the wheel, it should not start rolling forward again. I so want to use the bigger loader for this, but I really don't want to make a giant mess of it. It's like if I had another operator in here, maybe I'd use the bigger loader to take the first layer off, so that the small loader can do the precise work. Because right now I'm starting to get into the really thick spot that because like what you were talking about with the whole planes thing, where I didn't have it leveled and the GPS doesn't work the way it's supposed to on the bigger loader. So when I was thinking I was doing level and going across, I was actually going level and then digging down to the point where I kind of went into a bowl. Well, not really a bowl, but I was turning that into a giant ramp the whole way down to here. So I got all of the thin stuff from here back to there. Now I'm starting to get a little bit thicker than the actual bucket of the small loader. Mandy, are you moderating?
I'm not, but I
Can you quickly mod and remove that Barge Vic bullshit
can. Which button?
on Kick? Nothing like spam, and all I'm getting on there is literally somebody that's gonna message over and over and over again. I'm live, come watch me. I'm live, come watch me. It's like, I'm also live. I'm not gonna go watch somebody while I'm live. Like,
Yeah,
eh,
very bad.
good.
Deal with that.
Use your fucking brain.
Chances are they don't have one.
No, the chances are they're just a computer spam, but I mean, at the same time, it's like, if you're gonna make a spam, at least think about it for a fucking second. Like,
They don't think at all.
it's like I'm gonna go on somebody's stream and tell them to go watch my stream while they're streaming right now.
Does that make a lot of sense?
Like, yes, I'm definitely gonna do that. Yeah.
And work on my team.
Did they tell you what you needed to do anyway?
No. I know it's different. I'm on number 2. Work on traumatic.
Yeah. Alright. Thank you for removing them.
Oh,
Alright. Try it. I'm going to hopefully. I'm not grabbing the largest loader there. I'm gonna grab the middle-sized one, but I'm gonna go bring the small haul truck over here. I'm gonna try and get this done a little bit quicker. I want to actually get down into the pit and see about getting down there, but I can't get down into the pit if I have nothing to haul this stuff up with, and I'm not going to stick to just using the wiggle wagons, because that's definitely not beneficiary at all. So I'm going to stick this here. I'm gonna grab that loader there, the sluggish gutless one, and I'm gonna see, now that I know a little bit more about the GPS, see about maybe setting it. It's like, it's gutless. It feels like... feels really slow compared to that little whippy one over there. Okay, well, let's start by widening this. Okay, hang on. Let's get to a level plane. Level-ish plane. Bucket down. Okay, let's see if this works. I think I just dug myself a fucking hole. be able to clean that up though. Might have just went a little bit too far to the left. So I'm going to go a little bit to the right of that line. Try and set it again, and then... Because I don't want this. So maybe if I go a little bit... Oh no, this road's not flat anyway. Oh, it's because of the... Okay. Maybe if I line it up to about here somewhere, and I go straight forward, maybe I'll get that looking flat. Oh look, we've got another idiot doing the exact same thing, only it's a different name. How does that work? I don't think that's bad at all. I think this thing might work. Actually, it's setting. I might even be able to use Big Bertha over there. It's working. Huh? The fact that I'm not using that little tiny loader, I'm using this guy, and it's still running it pretty flat. So literally you ban one guy and it literally comes right back as another one.
I know, I'm waiting for another one to pop off on again.
Yeah.
I have it up on my phone, but this has not on.
Yeah. Okay. I think what I'm gonna do now, I'm going to back this up, I'm gonna dump this in that truck, and then I'm gonna go grab Big Bertha and I'm gonna see if I can't do it with that. I think my next thing to learn is how to build ramps properly. Essentially what I got there is a rough version of a fucking cliff. Alright, I'm gonna park this back over here. Yeah, eventually I'm gonna have all of this area that I'm sitting on right now. Some tree hugger don't like me. Just took out a tree. So I'm eventually gonna have everything that I'm sitting on right here dug out. This is where the mine is gonna start eggshelling. But for now, digging out that layer that's up there. Oh, I hope I can get that freaking Big Bertha down this way. With my my professional ramp job that I got going on here. If professional was an infant with a crayon drawing it up. Okay, let's see. I find a flat area. A flatter area over here. Close enough. Okay. Bucket down. Alright, let's see if Big Bertha will do a job. Nice if it does. Get this dug out real quick then. Probably even have to upgrade to the middle tier haul truck. Alright, to the guys that told me about the GPS and how to figure it out and fuck around with it and set it on all that stuff, thank you very much. Because you just saved me days worth of work. I am definitely going to go dump that and grab the middle tier. Middle tier, or should I grab the large one? How easy is it to load the large truck with the large loader from the ground? Alright, putting the other headphone in. I'd also love to figure out the dozer and all that to get this cleaned up, because that's rough too. But dozer or grader. Maybe I'll leave it lumpy until they do the minor adjustments and stuff with it. Okay, well, that means I can take this thing. I'm gonna park this right down in the bottom of the pit. Oh, look, another one. Don't bother. Just time it out, if you can. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna definitely need the room up here, so I'll bring this down into the bottom of the pit. This is some lumpy shit down here. That'll be fixed here soon. Way sooner than later now that I can use Big Bertha to do some Some road maintenance. I know I can quickly teleport into the next vehicle, but feels kind of cheaty. Technically, I'm also using 5 oil rigs, which still also kind of feels cheaty. I wonder, if you had more than one person on, are you able to have more than one person in the pickup truck? I know every other vehicle doesn't have a buddy seat or anything, so you can't really have any more than one person in a, like the wiggle wagon or the haul truck. Oh boy. Okay, I didn't see that. My OCD is not liking that. Okay. Actually, I'll move the loader. This little rinky-dink out of the way now. I will bring the... Debating on if I should bring the largest. How hard is that to load from the ground, those? Especially with the latest update. I just had a PTSD moment there just by watching that fucking tire bounce off the tooth of that bucket. Need that. Alright, let's give this a try. I will go dump this. And those railings would be toast if they were real and out on site. Close enough. the largest one? That is the largest one. Okay. Alright. Well, that'll make life a lot easier. I just took away about 2 hours worth of work already. seem to get rid of that load of dirt. Would you mind grabbing me a drink while you're standing? Were you timing them out or kicking them out?
I kicked the last 5 out.
Okay, don't kick. Time them out.
Okay.
Because apparently they keep on coming back.
Are they back again?
Yep.
Done.
It's another. Well, it's not the same ones, but it's a
probably
different one.
is,
It's a different name.
Yeah.
So last time, I timed them out. I just did it for 30 minutes, and it stopped. So just try, and we'll see if that works. And if not, I'm just gonna have to sit there and deal with it, because minus finding the person or computer that keeps spamming this shit and punching them in the face what they deserve, that's the only thing we can do. So I have a couple there. Why did you want them? Okay. Let's go empty this truck out. I know, I left the bucket up in the air. In real life, never do that. Never leave hydraulics up unless you have a safety in place. Now let me go double check. good. None of it overflowed back into the behind there. Got lots of space here now to turn around. I say lots of space with a haul truck, meaning there's still very little space, but looking a bit lumpy. And again, so is all of it, so. Again, I still think I'm gonna need to hit it all with a roller, but yep, definitely hours saved already. Yeah, I think it's gonna look really lumpy until I get it all dug out and then hit it with a roller. I think that's just the extent of what's gonna end up having to happen. If I was able to figure out the grader, it'd make it better, but that's definitely a little bit more work than I'm willing to learn today. Another thing they might want to implement into this game: bucket scratches, box scratches, and stuff like that. Needing to empty out, like stuff getting stuck, material getting stuck in the box, in the bucket. Oh, how I'm getting on such an incline here. Check that inside the coffee table. Center thing there. And you checked all over your desk.
I chose the Xbox the little bubble. Blasting things. Blasting.
You do.
Blasting the blasting.
Still blasting.
This is the deal with the blasting.
To be really overqualified for everything that they put you out there at. Not right now. Alright. This is cleaning this up a little bit quicker anyway. Let's try this. if you're new to the stream and you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, thumbs up, subscribe, depending on what platform you're on. Do all the things you gotta do on that platform. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, hats, mugs, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. And if there's any operators out there that want to operate any of the equipment that I have running here, don't hesitate to put it in the chat, and I will give you the server info and have you in here operating. You want to drive the truck for starters, or the roller. Again, it's because I don't know you, and if I knew you, then it'd be different. But trolls happen, and they exist, and I don't need somebody coming in here and just wreaking havoc, because that'll just not be very good for anybody. Sorry, I had a little technical issues there. I had to try and figure out. Oh, that's right, this thing is full. So I'm going to... park there. Drive this. later. Bye bye. That's funny. It's not even moving. So there's no point in a GPS on this thing. I know this part here is not the most entertaining thing in the world, but it is extremely addicting. Like I said, I could play this game on stream, off stream, doesn't matter. And I can, like last night, I think I spent 10 hours streaming it. It's the playing in a sandbox with your Tonka toys. That's why it's so addicting. Hopper leveling it? What do you mean by what do you mean by that? Okay, you place hoppers down, put dirt in them, assume the dirt makes it glass-like surface. That seems a bit cheaty. As much as I'd love to just place something and flatten everything out, it just, yeah, it seems a bit cheaty. I only use it when I get myself in a bind by digging too deep. But yeah, I probably will try it out on some spots. So you literally just one stack of dirt, or you have to like fill a hopper? just a little dirt and work. So when you say a little dirt, one stack or put a couple stacks in it and... Definitely missed a few spots here. Okay. So place a hopper, put a scoop of dirt in, pick the hopper up, and then it should automatically be flat. Or would I still have to hit it with this thing? Consume the dirt you put in it in the area of covered hoppers. Okay, I'm just gonna try what you're talking about over here. Doesn't matter which hopper. Big hopper or big hopper dual outpost? Yeah, I'll just buy this one. Let's see. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. And I should be probably doing that out here. So where it does this, just keep, like, place the next one, do the same, place the next one, do the same, or buy 140 of them and attach each and every single one of them, and I would probably just only have to put one scoop in one of the hoppers, and it would probably do it right across the board, right? Yeah, okay. I get it. I will do that if I really need to, because even just that right there is still a little bit of work to... I mean, that was already a hole, to be honest. But that's still, I'll have to hit that with a roller in order to get it even, or I'd have to place another hopper halfway in that and overlap, and yeah. It does make sense. But that'll be if I'm in an absolute bind and have a giant friggin' hole or something that I just don't want to be bothered. Because at the same time, that's still a scoop of dirt there that I would have to place. But yeah, it works. Thank you for the hint. I will most likely use that eventually at some point in time. I don't know when, but I will use it, because yes, this is nice and flat here. And then if I really wanted to... Yeah, no, it works. Thank you for that hint. Probably should have used that over here. I just wish I was able to stick the hoppers against each other whichever way I wanted, like face to face or side to side, so that I could figure out how to place the belts onto them and make a giant drop spot. Because right now I spent way too long yesterday trying to get that hopper system with 4 hoppers, and that was it, when it shouldn't have taken as long as it did. And I would like to have more hoppers attached to it, but my god, is it ever a spaghetti worth of friggin' belts to have to attach to it. Like, my thought process with that, like that hopper that I just had out, you place a hopper this way, you should be able to take another one, put it face to face to it, then you should take another one, turn it around, back it on, take the other one, do face to face that way, have a belt that goes this way, up here, turns around, goes in, comes this way, turns around, goes in, comes this way, rinse and repeat, and then you could do a long setup. But for some reason, just stating that, it does not work like that. And it's because of the offset of the belt in the hopper. In order to do the face-to-face one, and then to take the next one and next one, when you take the belts and bring them in, they don't line up. And it just... Yeah, it's confusing to me. And in stating that now, I think I might have an idea as to why it didn't work. And I think a one piece belt might have cured that problem altogether. But no, it would have only worked one way. I don't know. Is that a lump? No. I know this is. It doesn't even necessarily have to be really flat as much as it has to be even. Like, I don't care if it goes like this, but as long as it doesn't go like that. Where if I take a truck and drive it over it, it's not gonna try and launch itself off a cliff anywhere. It's just gonna go up and down. That's what suspension is for. But at the same time, they're not meant to be jumped either. Okay, let me cure this problem though. Like, I'd like to see somebody go out to a mine and grab a ruler and go right across an entire mine and say that it's flat. Like, it's not gonna be. This is as close as you're gonna get to that. And I mean, if anything, it's. I'm gonna turn this off because it's not gonna work. but this is about as close to flat in a mine as you're gonna get. This is actually probably flatter than a mine you'll ever actually get. Okay, back to digging. I'll get it as close to flat as I can, but like I said, I'll probably hit it with the roller again, like the spots that I'm about to be that are about to be dug out. I'll hit it with the roller, make it look like this here. So I'm sure taking the whole truck over that now will be not a lot smoother than earlier. But so far with the GPS and actually having at least a few ideas on how the damn thing's supposed to work now, like setting a 0. I wouldn't necessarily say setting it to 0, because it doesn't exactly work that way. It's a manual GPS, as somebody was saying earlier in the chat. Be nice if they had an automatic one. Just set it, click a button, and the bucket will just go down to where it's supposed to be. It's like, that exists. You don't go out into the mine and, like for instance, the hopper thing that you just showed me. Like, that doesn't exist. You don't go out into the mine, throw something down on the ground like that, and all of a sudden, poof, it's flat. But an automatic GPS does exist. So it'd be something that they could implement into the game. And it's not like, I think a lot of farming equipment, you can set it to where it pretty much just goes by the GPS itself, but it'll drive itself. Like, it goes exactly where the GPS was set for it to go, and it'll do it on its own. Oh, that sucked. Especially after all that fucking leveling I just did. Go get that fucking roller. You know what? I'm not gonna get the roller. I'm just gonna grab the damn shovel. Beat the dirt into submission after doing that. I just spent all that time with that roller and then this happens. Glad enough. I'm gonna dump this truck, and then I'm gonna go to the bed and change the day. Make it a day again, not dark. See if I can get up there without launching this truck. Thing's too fast for its own good in this game. Okay. Here we go. Game is now set to day. Alright, and we're off again. So driving down this. That's good. Like I said, show me a haul road that's flat. And if you show me the haul road that's flat, then I'll show you how it's computer generated, because there's no such thing. You can get close to flat, like smooth, but you're not getting flat. Like what I'm driving on right now, I need to smooth out. But everything else that's up here looks good. Like I said, it's not flat, but it is smooth. hell's going on here? What am I caught on? Okay. Stuck on an imaginary piece of dirt. Truck is full. I'm gonna grab this scoop here. Alright, and I will be right back. wants to claim any hydration points, I guess I'll have to do it myself. Excuse me. Alright. So... Oh, that's right. The reason I didn't get that is because the truck would have been parked pretty much on top of it. Oh, and that was... I'm gonna go unload that. Click on the game. So if you're new to the stream and you like what you're seeing, don't forget to click the follow button, ding the notification bell, hit the like and subscribe if you're on YouTube. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get hats, stickers, mugs, shirts, sweaters, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. If there's anybody out there that wants to operate the trucks that I have here, at least for starters anyway, then you can type it in chat that you want to do that. You have to have the game downloaded. I'll add you as a friend on Steam and get you going at that. Start off operating the trucks or the roller. Basically the easy thing that you can't really wreak too much havoc with either of these. Yeah, you can make a bit of a mess, but it's able to be fixed. However, if you're in a loader or something like that, there's definitely a lot more that can be messed up from there if you're... So, trolls do happen, and I would rather try and avoid catastrophic failure from one. So, you start off operating the trucks, or the roller, like I said, and then go from there. Prove that you can operate that without causing any havoc. And if I had a starting pit, I would say, like, here, go and just take this machine. If I do get comfortable with you operating the loader or whatever, I could just get you in it and get you to run through a certain spot of a pit, and if anything happened, then I wouldn't care. But right now I don't have that. I'm in like the precise digging zones. So as of right now, it'll be me and the loader until somebody comes along that proves that they can operate the loader. Just gonna leave that alone now, because that looks like it's starting to dig deeper and deeper. Soon about to start pulling up those concrete bricks to dig away that area too. breaking all your rules. Standing underneath the tail of a loaded haul truck. Checking the struts. Or not struts, shocks. Struts are up here. Oh, these are on the dinky tire. This is a dinky truck. This is bullshit. I don't think the haul truck will ever work like that. Yeah, you don't change upper and lower ball joints on a fucking haul truck. Nope. Don't believe it. But they are actually the electric style truck though. It's funny because you have your exhaust right there that runs to the exhaust over there. Which is funny because you have an exhaust that goes to, oh, they do have a motor in this. An electric generator. Okay, makes sense. The exhaust setup is a bit weird, but usually the box will have like a hole right here on both sides. This would come out to about there, and then there's a spot. It's like a cup link and another cup link here, and they kind of just, there's a spring put into them that when they come together, they form a seal. Goes from the engine to the box, and then there's a couple exhaust holes back here, and the purpose behind that is so the exhaust, in the winter up here anyway, the exhaust up here will actually heat up the box a little bit and warms up the load, helps it dump. Helps a lack of buildup in the box. Just a couple little neat little things that they implemented. But I also think there's more to the back axle than these two little struts as well. Two little shocks. I think they have more structure than what's implemented here. But again, they're doing an awesome job with what they have. And at the same time, I don't know exactly where this game was made. I don't know what the equipment is that they have that they're looking at. And I can't say that I've seen every single piece of equipment that ever existed known to man, so they very well could have all the machines that look exactly like this, and that's where they got the blueprints from. But from what I've seen, there's definitely a lot of stipulations to the equipment that they have. A lot of stuff here doesn't look right. Like I said, it very well could be. there like a green hue to the dirt moving around here? I think it is that time where I go smashy smashy. Good, I'm not smashing the haul truck if I happen to hit it with a friggin' sledgehammer. I'm pretty sure I went down 3, but not 100% sure, so I'm going to just keep doing this. No, actually I might have only went down 2. Alright, let's see. Will I find more blocks or not? just don't work at all. What's the point in having them? Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to hit this area with a roller. Now once I get a dugout though. Shouldn't take me too much longer to get a dugout. On the grind again. And because I found out the GPS and well, can't really say I've figured out the GPS. The GPS, as somebody was saying, it's a manual GPS. So, but this machine that was made for just digging holes can now be made to actually function as road maintenance to an extent. I mean, I am still, as you can see here, digging holes, but It's not looking too bad though, is it? Considering, I think it was yesterday or the day before. It wasn't just the day before. This was all pretty much just mountain. So the game had a patch, and they came out with the ability to purchase the what they call the bagger. I called the bucket wheel. I tried it for a little bit. It's definitely not the little one that they gave you the use of. You can pretty much only fill with wiggle wagons. So it's not exactly gonna win you any records and speed-wise. Gotta fix that right away. Beat the dirt into submission. Dump this. But yeah, they gave us the ability to use this thing. It's not exactly a speed machine, and you use the wiggle wagons for that particular one to load. So I don't know. I don't think it would be that much faster to do anything. I will try it down in the bottom of that mine later on. It might help out when I start getting into more cramped area, because I am actually trying to make this mine big enough to accommodate this truck to go down into the bottom of it. So that's my plan anyway. Plans can, will, and eventually do change. So as of right now, I'd like to get this thing and that loader over there down into the middle of into the bottom of this and dig it out. But I will also need to expand that way in order to make room for all of this stuff to go down there. And if that bucket wheel works anything like what I hope it will, then I can probably just fill the wiggle wagons with it and keep it down in the bottom of this mine until I can get down as deep as I can go, which I don't know how deep I can go in this game. I don't know what's going to happen when I get down to a certain distance. Am I going to hit a spring, or am I going to just hit, is it like Minecraft where you hit rock or bedrock and then call it done, or like, I don't know. So, and I haven't seen it yet, haven't figured it out. So something that I'll find out later on, and it'll be like, oh, okay, now I know. do want to hurry up and get this dug out so I can hit this area with the roller. This uneven ground is annoying me. Oh boy. Stuck that time. I'm going to hit it with the roller. Yep. I know there was a spot over here. There it is. Seen it when I had the haul truck parked and had to hit it. Knew it was here. Hopefully eventually Kick is able to do something about all this spam. There is way too much of it. white spots up here. Okay, maybe not. Well, I know if there was somebody actually in that haul truck, they wouldn't have liked that at all. Driving this right up to the tire. Not that they would have seen it, but they definitely would have felt it and wondered what the hell it was. This is one of those machines that I'm pretty sure if my back could handle it, I wouldn't mind operating it, but I know my back couldn't handle it, so it would be an absolute nightmare for me to operate. Yeah. And believe it or not, this is the bigger roller. They need to make a bigger one. Yeah. Yeah, this is the big one. There's only two. There's one flat barrel and and this one. And the flat barrel is a tiny little roller. Yeah. Over here, there, vehicles. This is the one I have. And this is the other one. Actually, it doesn't even look like it's better or it's the same machine, only one's got the smooth thing. Weight 17.5. Yeah, okay. It's the same machine, just one has this on it and the other one has the smooth barrel, or smooth drum. Repark this back here. Continue digging up what I was doing. Just the unevenness of everything in there was really annoying me, so I had to. That's much better. There we go. Ruin it right away. think I'm just digging a hole there. I should not keep at that. I'm gonna use this side of the road just to see how smooth this is. It's okay, I guess. Run on it empty. Not bad. Not bad at all, actually. I don't understand that concept there. It's like if I'm here in flat area, like all of this is flat area. I back up, I put the bucket down, then I flatten out the bucket. Then I go forward, and I'm digging a fucking hole. Trying to clean this up as much as I can for the roller, because I don't want to be going in there with the roller to try and take care of mountains. Well, that roller is never going to flatten anything perfectly flat again. Okay, I'm going to move that thing because I'm just running it over. I will put it there so I can scoop it up with the loader later. That's probably what's going to end up happening. Accidentally, of course, but probably still going to end up happening. How's it going, Ryder? I gotta move my chat over a little bit because I did not see what that was. Oh, good. That's good. Thank God for that berm. Well, thanks for the subscription. Okay. Flat surface. Flat bucket. I just hit a bump. So as soon as I hit that bump, it threw everything out of whack. Oh look, I got a brick left. Got a feeling I'm gonna have lots of them there. that too. Oh, nice. Okay. Last scoop. No, I can do more. Okay. I think that's the sign that I'm full. As I beat this piece of dirt into submission. Quite a tough wall. Definitely needed a little running start getting up this hill. Because if you don't, this thing is really sluggish. I know I'm gonna find more. I need another axis on that GPS. I need to know that my truck is nose to tail level. Like right now I need to know, because right now I know the nose of this thing is tilted. Or unless I can stick another GPS on it. Let me try that. Just because. Nope, that don't help. Apparently taking one GPS off brings off all of them. mess made here.
Chewing gum or
Tongue.
without chewing gum?
Nope. Concentrating too hard.
Have gum or chew it.
I have quite a mess made. this. Yeah, I think that's it for that. What the hell that was? I'll have to take the loader and clean up the face of this later, but right now it's functional. that's it for that. Dump this. if you're new to the stream and you like what you're seeing, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, hit the like button, subscribe if you're on YouTube. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch. You can get stickers, mugs, hats, sweaters, shirts, backpacks, jackets, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If you have this game and are interested in operating any of the equipment that I have, then type in chat that you're interested in doing that, and I can get you the info for the server and go from there. If I don't know who you are, for instance, you probably start off in the trucks, Wiggles, or the haul trucks, or you could operate this thing. Because I mean, what's the worst that you could do is possibly flatten out an area, make it look better, or operate a haul truck and do what? So worst case, you operate the haul truck and run around with it, or use this thing, flatten out an area. So preferably I would have you start with these types of equipment until I can figure out if you're good at it or not, and if you're not a troll. Because trolls exist and they happen, and you can't have real catastrophic failure that can't be fixed or cleaned up with either of these pieces of equipment. And if you prove that you're able to do that, then I could probably get you in one of the loaders or something else. But first off, I'd get you started off in this thing, or the trucks, just to get used to who you are, figure out if you're good at, if you're not a troll, for instance. But all you gotta do is type in the chat that you're interested, and I would gladly give you the information to get in here. But in the alternative as well, if you like the stream, if there's something you don't like about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the chat as well. Can't fix it if I don't know it's broken. And at the same time, there is some stuff that's completely out of my control, so I can't fix everything. But if I don't know it's broken, I can't even make the attempt at trying to fix it if there is a fix available. this material out of the way and then I'll... Actually... this too. Probably going to need to remove a lot of material from here anyway, so leave that alone for now. Work this over here. More blocks. That's probably the last one there. last bucket, and then I'll go dump that. Probably one more of these trucks to load in this little corner, and then I might start carving out the road going down. I think I have too much that I need to carve out. I'd like to have that. So maybe I'll mark that. So about there. Fatal error. Okay. Let's try that again then. Oh, how much work did I just... Fuck. It's a lot of work lost. Okay, Steam, no more catastrophic failures. At least not until, if you do, give me enough time to save, or make sure it's right after I save. The game just said failure. Had a little box there that said okay. Had to click it, and then when I came back, I had a good chunk of this dug out already. And then, well, just like any other time that you don't save it, well, I have it set to every half hour. It was set to every like fucking 10 minutes or something, like the original setting was. So yeah, no, I have it set to a little less, but at least it wasn't, like I did have it set to an hour before, and that was
That would have been,
way too long.
yeah, that would have been bad.
Yeah, an hour worth of work. Well, a little less than an hour worth of work, because if it was an hour, then it would have been saved.
Yeah. Still brutal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. She took that 12 hours during your shift. Or during 11 hours. And I started today, so I'm 9 hours for that day.
So what you're saying is you're getting paid your regular
Yeah,
time.
yeah. But at home, it's
Okay. Could be worse.
yeah. You look at yeah.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah. Just as fucking painful.
I barely work. If you think it's like on the weekend.
Yeah.
Like I was busy.
Don't know. I never got a message saying that she was getting it or that it was happening. So
Oh, I from her 2 weeks. You're making me busy.
that's stupid. Getting paid for it. You're getting paid to do those courses, so you're getting paid for it.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting, but I didn't have to pay for it.
That's what I said was you're getting paid for it. Yeah, CBTs does that. Oh, if they get you to do all this stuff again when you hurt yourself, you're probably gonna end up doing them again. Miss Plutzo.
That's your right.
Ah,
Pretend you love me.
I don't have to pretend. Alright. You do. You know what they need to do? They need to make this game have operators that you can hire that'll sit in a vehicle. Once the load hits a certain amount, then you can set a path so that they can unload them. Because again, I'm on a multiplayer map, and the reason that I'm on a multiplayer map is so all other people will join me, or can join me, or friends, family, whatever that play can also join me. It's nice that I'm able to play this at the same time that, like, it's just me, but it's a pain in the butt because of the fact that it's just me. So there should be a way to hire, if you're like on your own for the day kind of thing, hire an employee to have them sit in that truck. Once that truck gets full, overloaded, whatever, once you hit that threshold, then they just start driving. Hire two operators, one that stages after the other, and rinse and repeat. But again, that's quite a bit of work, and I'm not saying that the devs have the time to even probably do that. To the bricks again. these. And then probably got maybe another truckload. I got that corner done, and then I'll come down here. Actually, when I dump this load, I will stop next to the all road there, and I'll mark where I need to dig from. Okay, I will be right back. Actually, gonna just sit on the deck here. Let's sit on a clean deck. Okay, nice brand new looking ish truck. Alright, be right back. Actually, I'm going to take a look at this truck while it's nice and clean so I can see what kind of stupidity they got going on. Yeah, because they don't exist. Engine. How do you drain the oil if there's no drain plug? I do like the fact though that they have the actual generator on it. So it's engine and then it's electric generator. So when they say electric truck, they don't mean 100% electric like your bullshit Tesla. It's the diesel powered electric generator. I should also probably move that roller before I end up digging it off of that cliff. Beat the dirt into submission. I'll get the roller over to do that later. Just like I'll have to hit this with the roller. I should. Take that. Where do I want to put the fuel mod? I'll figure it out. I mean, for now, I guess I can put it there. Works for now. Scoop out that little corner. And uh-oh. Yep. There we go. Damn counterweight. Okay, I can't load a clean machine like that with a rotten machine like this. There, full out rusty. Good enough. Any tips for someone starting out on this game, or so I would say if you're gonna start out with depending, so if you're on coal, then I would recommend building a oil plant like what I got right down there and 4 more over right there. Build one of them at least. And you'll come across a lot of money. I think it's Split in Two is the name of the it's the YouTube channel that I got the design from. A guy in my chat actually mentioned to go there, and I went and looked up the video, and it's actually very helpful. I think it's millions in no time or something like that. Because that's where most of this money came from, was those oil rigs. And then once you get the millions, then it's pick and choose what machines you want to buy and all that kind of stuff, and you can even buy them and test them and find out that you don't like them or whatever, and it's not such a hit in the wallet, I guess would be the best way to put it. Like, it's nothing like when, with a lot of other games, if you have no way of starting off, and then you buy something that's an absolute piece of junk machine, or something that you just can't really, like in my case, let's say, buying this contraption, if I didn't have the millions that I have, buying that would have been one hell of a financial burden on me, because I can't use it for the life of me. My brain cannot compute on the controls on how to use it. One of these days I'll sit down and I'll either figure out how to operate it the way that they want it operated, or I'll figure out how to set my controls to operate it the way my brain would like it to operate. But right now I don't have the patience for any of that. So yeah, my recommendation, build at least one oil rig. I would probably actually even say, like in my case right now, having all 5 of those, I think that's overkill for me. Like, I think it's a little bit too much, almost cheaty even. But at least one oil rig, I think, would be a good bet for a start. Not a problem. I think I'm gonna bring that roller in here and possibly get it stuck 100 times, but I'm gonna see if I can't smooth this out. No? I got that dug out enough. Bring this over here. Actually, I should probably dig out a bit more of that corner there too when I get a chance here, because that road is going to be good portion of this road is going to be like from here to the wall. That's going to be this upper road, and then like, over here down is going to be that road there. So I'm going to need some space to be able to continue on, and I'm going to want a little bit more space to maneuver around that little knuckle that's going to be there. Because if let's say this part that I'm on right now is the road, and to my left is already dug out, I'm going to want to be able to essentially wide berth here and go where that loader is. Clean up that little corner to my right where the other haul truck is. And then I'll be able to come down into here and turn around and back up. Eventually I'm going to have this as a straight through. I just finished building this monstrosity yesterday, and at this point in time, by how long it took me to figure it out, I really don't want to be messing around with it today. I got really frustrated with it yesterday, so I'd rather continue mining for a while. But the plan is going to be to have this as a straight through, and maybe even go straight through that way and then drive over there, and eventually open up the road to, as the mine opens up, have that road open up with it. Like those divots that I just put there, that's where the road's gonna have to get dug out in order for this truck to fit down in the bottom. So I need to do something there. And I should actually clean this up too, I think. Doing this kind of ass backwards. I should have the haul truck turned around, but catching on? There's nothing for me to catch on. Are you kidding me, game? And that right there is why I need to clean up that edge. Because of stuff like that. Complete noob here. Can rock excavation be done on all rocky formations on any map, or does there need to be a quarry of some type? I haven't even gotten rock on this, or gravel I think is what it is. I haven't even gotten that on this map yet, so I honestly don't know yet. But if you're talking about, like, you're able to dig this kind of hole on any map, I'm pretty sure. I hope I answered your question without actually knowing really what the question was. So yeah, you can make this kind of like an open pit mine on all maps. I just haven't, like, this is a coal mine anyway, and this was already a mine. But I could go over there and do the same thing that's here already. It's just this hole was dug for me. Too hard rock. Couldn't dig. Couldn't dig. My loader tires came off the ground and picked nothing up. Okay. I know the game has dynamite and drills, so I'm pretty sure you probably have to use that with the rock. Yeah, had to blast it with dynamite, so yeah. I wonder, being that gravity doesn't really work in this map, or in this game, if I dug out completely underneath that cabin or buildings, would they fall? Or just hover there like some wizard castle and not go anywhere? One day my intrusive thoughts might win, and I might dig it out. And if you're new here, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell, hit the like button, and subscribe if you're on YouTube. And do all the things depending on what platform you're watching this on. Comment if you're liking the stream, comment if you're not liking something in the stream. If I don't know it's broken, I can't fix it. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks. Thanks for the follow. I think that said follow. I have my stream set up so tiny that I can't even see what the notification is. Left lump. I think that's a sign that my truck is full. Basically, when the truck takes a shit on the fucking road, it's the truck telling me that it's done. actually beginning to think that it's still better if I use that little loader for road repairs and maintenance and stuff like that, because a major or an even minor twist on this turns into a major correction with the small loader, but a major correction with the small loader is still easy to repair even with the roller. That there. Scoop out this little bit here. Definitely gonna want the smaller one for this, for doing that road. I'll get another scoop out of it. Don't think I'm gonna want to use this thing to remove all of that road. Just gonna, again, back to the old using a 20-pound sledgehammer to install a finishing nail. This thing's gonna be way too much for that. Go grab the small loader and probably the Wiggles. What I could probably end up doing might even be able to just come up here, get like take the bucket, dig down, scoop up, mark off where I need to go. That's a bit too much. I wonder, maybe the other tinier loader be better for that as well. I haven't used this thing in a long time. Maybe I'll fuel it up. clusterfuck of gear. Okay, let's see. Quick and easy way. Judge. So this loader widthwise, I need to get down this road. Okay. So if that works, of course. Okay. So this loader is as wide as the largest truck. Let's move this over here. That way I don't have to keep that stage there. This down here. Park this monstrosity. Top. Major road construction operations here, all the gears here. this up, empty it. Then I'm gonna go down there and find the flat spot of the ramp. Dig a scoop out so that I know how far I gotta go down with the ramp. Because if there's one thing I am not good at, and that is building ramps. See right here. Just come in here, turn around and do that. like toys next to the truck. Yeah. Yeah, all the, anything next to that haul truck looks like a little plaything. Back this up. So over here. much of an angle. So I'm just gonna back on down there for now. I might be able to just do that with a bigger loader. It'll work a lot faster anyway. This is a very tiny loader. So, park that there. See if I can't back this thing down there. tight area to try and do all this in. It is what it is. Oh, let's see. What is the chances that I get that big loader down there? The chances of me being able to get this thing down there without tearing up every wall on the way are slim to none. Okay. I stand corrected. Yeah, I'm gonna make my life easy. I'm gonna bring that roller down. Not gonna. Bring the roller down to flatten the bottom part of this pit. If I can get that triple down here, or what I call the triple, the small loader, or small haul truck, I think it's that one right there. If I can get that down there and I can get 1 or 2 scoops in that, then I can start from the bottom and work my way up. I just use the small haul truck to load. Okay, I can just use the small haul truck to load the dirt from down here, bring down the small or the medium loader, and have it measure the road to make sure that the haul truck can fit down here, the big haul truck, and then by the time I actually have it dug out down here, be good to go. this ramp. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be using it. Probably be digging that out first thing, that section there. Yeah, I'm gonna chalk that one up for me digging that out later. I'm not gonna hit that with a roller because I don't think it's gonna roll the way I want it to. Okay, let's go to this truck. After I dump that one. I know, I'm flip-flopping all over the place here, but once I get into a rhythm here, then I'll focusing on it. So right now I'm gonna take this truck. I'm gonna park him back here. This truck. Park him in front of it. Grab this loader out of the way for when I do bring the haul truck up with a full load, if I can get him down there to do so. So my original plan with this spot sucked if it was real. Punched a hole in the radiator. Okay. Now let's see if I can make it up the whole road now. think I'm gonna do the bulk of it with this, and then use the smaller one to do the finessing on the ramps and stuff. Because I know this thing, again, the best term that I can use is the 20-pound sledgehammer hammering in a finishing nail. I might even just bring the loader down to take out that little chunk there. that up there? I mean, I know I can get it up there. It's can I get it up there, get a scoop without tearing apart the entire mine down here at the same time? Okay, let's see how much better slash worse I made it up there for me to get this up and down. It'd be nice if they did have a skid steer in this game. Love to be able to hop in a little skid steer and clean up like this crap that I got going on down bottom here that I'm not gonna have enough room for any of the loaders in here really. So if you're new to the stream, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell. If you're on YouTube, click the like and subscribe. It'll notify you the next time I'm streaming. Crap. Come on. There we go. Alright, and if you want to help out the channel a little bit more, then there's a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, hats, mugs, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps and every little bit is appreciated. If there's something you don't like about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in the comments, or if there's something you liked about the stream, don't hesitate to put that in there either. If I don't know it's broken, I can't fix it. So if there's something you don't like, put that in there and I'll see what I can do. This guy reached the back of that? Yes, but just barely. Okay. So the ramp will start here. Actually, I think I'm going to do this. I can load that much better if I go up and around. I think I'm gonna fill this truck and then park it the other way and get that bigger loader to go in and take the bigger chunks out of it, and then kind of rinse and repeat that process until I have that ramp cleared off. And once I have that ramp cleared off, then it's a matter of staging the trucks down, this truck down here, and widening that road. Because getting that loader and this little haul truck down here is actually going to make a big difference. Make it quicker to get this all done. I just need to figure out how to basically how to smooth out this ramp, because right now it's definitely not smooth. And I don't know if I take that roller down here, if it's gonna pack down what I'm leaving behind there, or is it going to mess it up? Or just kind of like what I was doing when I was packing it down over there. Maybe if I keep doing that. Just keep shaving off a little bit at a time. so I could probably just run it over and see. Let's grab the roller, bring it over here and see if I can't get that ramp to somewhat resemble a ramp. Don't exactly think that was what I was wanting. But the rest of this, excuse me. Oh. This is resembling a ramp. I'm not getting too cocky because I'm sure I'll fuck it up somewhere. bad there wasn't something like a roller for the wall. I got a better idea what I need to dig out now. going. I managed to get the small haul truck down into the bottom of the pit. So I'm digging out the little section that I had here on the ramp that I was always saying I'm going to dig out. And I'm going to wind up digging my way up through instead of down through, because I found out that digging, basically chipping away at above this ramp and then hitting it with the roller, I can keep it looking like a ramp. If I go from the top and start digging down, I'm going to end up digging 100 different holes, and it's not going to resemble a ramp at all when it's all said and done. Because if there's one thing I'm not any good at, is building a ramp. I think I fluked out on this one to my right because it was essentially that flat face like that's like what's there, and I just went in and added a bunch of dirt by hand and then packed it down, and eventually it looked like a ramp. So I think that's the only reason that that came out the way it did. But being able to get this little haul truck down here actually makes it a lot easier and quicker to remove materials. It's a bit of really tight squeeze on the way down, but it works. Why does it do that? Because of that lump. There. vehicle is still able to start even after you have an injector pulled out of it. Or when you have the battery removed. Actually, I think the only thing that the vehicle shouldn't be able to start with would be the wearable parts. Like, everything else, the vehicle should not be able to start when it's broken. Wearable parts, fine. You got oil filters, yeah, you shouldn't be able to start it with, well, you can. It's very highly unrecommended to do so. I might need to bring the little front end loader down. Probably one of the better ones to use to build the ramp. I think I'm gonna do that. I'm going to bring down the really little loader. Actually, I think I can even move this over a little tiny bit. This down. Makes it a little easier for stuff like right here. Not quite what I wanted. Completely fucked that up. Grab the roller and fix that. there's 783 buckets until this one's full. Nope. That is actually a part in the game. It is a GPS receiver. You just take it out of, take a headlight out of, most likely the machine that you're going to buy has an abundance of, whoever built it has an addiction for headlights. So you need to take a headlight off and take a GPS receiver and put it on. And when you put the receiver on, that's what comes up. So, right side is this view. So the red line tells you this view here. So if you're sitting at this angle or that angle, like if it's flat, you're sitting flat. And the left side is your bucket tilt. And if okay, it's gonna make a liar out of me. When you get your 0, if you figure out where 0 is and get all that set up, then that red line will match up with the white line. But right now I don't have 0 set on this. Alright, I think I'm actually going to hit that with the roller before I continue with this. Because that ramp is going to get really annoying really quickly if I keep on having to load this up with 148 buckets. So let's get out of that. Grab the roller. ramp is smooth. It's not flat, but it's smooth. There's one thing I have to get over. There's no way I'm gonna have anything in this game flat. It can be smooth, but it won't be flat. Well, I think in an hour will be a good time to call this stream, being that it'll be 12 hours that I've streamed for. This one's not as whippy as the other one, but it still does the job. I got 40 minutes to try and get this corner as cleaned up and as close to a ramp as I can get. And then I'm gonna have to do the rest tomorrow. But I gotta go empty this truck because it is full. I'm hoping getting a little bit of speed at the beginning of that ramp is going to make that a little bit easier to transition with the other trucks. Because that's going to be fucking painful if it doesn't. I'm gonna get the big one up there just to get that, a couple big pieces out of the way. truck is full. Go dump this one off. That little bump right there is what slows this thing right down. So once I get rid of that, I should be good. So if you're new to the stream and you like what you're seeing, don't forget to click that follow button, ding the notification bell. If you're on YouTube, click the like button and subscribe. It'll notify you the next time I'm streaming. I will be streaming again tomorrow at about 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time. Which is the same time I started today. If you want to help out the channel a little bit more, there is a link in the description below for merch, where you can get stickers, mugs, hats, shirts, sweaters, jackets, backpacks, things like that. Every little bit helps, and every little bit is appreciated. make that face of that look a little bit more like the rest of it. See if I can't get up there. I got a feeling that there's a cliff face to it, and there we go. A little bit of handwork, clean this all up. Scoop out. I'll hit that with the roller. All of that with the roller. Actually, I'm just gonna hit the thing with the roller and see what I can come up with. Be right back. I'm back, and I am only back long enough to end my stream and call it a night. Because, I mean, that's pretty much done there. As good as that ramp is gonna get. But, yeah, so I gotta go. 10 o'clock Mountain Standard Time tomorrow. Have a good one.